Hello, every neon. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, I'm a little bit late. It got distracted by by some other things. Let's pull this up. Where's my talkies? There I am. That's okay. Maybe no. Go that way. Hello. Hope everyone is doing well. We need a little time for people to start coming in. I do see some familiar faces in the chat already. Maybe I will already get started. Wow. I just downed some curry rice because I was like, oh, forgot to eat lunch. You know how it is. It wasn't even a particularly busy day at work. I'm just very easily distracted. That's not it. I just opened the That's not it. Take the game. That's what I mean. Perfect timing with the game. All right. Relatively quiet compared to the music. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn it down. Let's let me turn it down. Oh, did my microphone do the thing again? It did. It absolutely did. What a weird thing that happens every single time. Like every time I stream, it just decides to turn my microphone down for no reason. That's the wrong microphone. Where's my microphone? Does my computer think that I don't have a microphone? Boy, I love technology. Should be this one. Yeah, it's down to... Okay, this is what I normally have it at. Nope, it didn't do anything. Did it? I can't tell. Oh, geez. Boy, we love technology, don't we? Hold on. Well, it seems fine. I just need to move my microphone a little closer to my face. That's what I need to do right now. There you go. Oh, there you go. You get a nice little meow from my phone. Let's mute notifications from there for a second. Okay. Let's get the game open as well. Oh no, now you're doing this as well? Oh gosh. Gosh. Technology really don't like me lately. Hopefully you can hear the game once it's actually like playing audio. Nope, absolutely not. The audio is not coming through. Oh no, it says it's coming through into the stream. It's not coming through into my headphones. Good. Love to see it. Love to see it. Every time. Turn this off real quick. Alright, it's set to the right one. Let's turn it back here. Usually this fixes it. Music? Green. Why did you turn green? And not give me the music? Oh my gosh. That's very strange. What if I turn you off for a second? Close you again. Let's just go to my sound settings. Lord knows I'll be able to do something here. That's not my microphone. What? Hello? There you go. And yep, that's correct. Boy, Windows sure is absolutely bizarre, isn't it? All the audio is coming out through here. That's correct. Cool. We love IT issues. Audio, please? No? Now what? Now absolutely what? Let's do this. Maybe I have to do this again. Or I have to switch it to this one and then switch it back. What if I do this? I'm just gonna close you completely. Close you completely, switch it to this, and then open it again. Alright, that'll have to do. Oh. Alright, that'll have to do. That's not how I usually control my audio, but that'll work. Cool, cool. Well, let's get into the game. I'm already late. So, we just finished the investigation for Gina's trial. Gina was tried for murdering the guy who runs the pawn shop next to our apartment / office. Because we told Gina that Sherlock Holmes hid like a manuscript that Iris wrote in there, and he didn't want to say why he did this, and then Gina was like, well, he probably sold it. You can't trust adults, he probably sold it. So overnight she went and tried to sneak into the place, but 2 thugs also broke into the place and shot Sherlock Holmes. And we tried to chase them, but no avail. We came back and looked inside the back room, and Gina was there passed out next to the dead body who was shot of the guy who owned the place. So anyway. Oh, also Susato-san went back to Japan because her dad is sick. So when I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Does that mean that this trial is longer than the investigation part? I don't know. Let's see. The Old Bailey Defendant's Chamber. Oh, I sound quiet again, don't I? Hold on. No. Am I fine? It's the last case in the first game. This might be a 2-parter. Okay. All right. So, do you think is it okay? You can spoil one thing for me. Do I go back to investigating midway through the trial as we used to do in some previous games? You can answer that question for me. Oh, I put my microphone audio down instead of this. I'm a big dummy. There. Okay, my microphone should be fine now, and then this audio needs to be down. About there should do. Okay. You do not. Okay, well, we'll see then. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So was your friend then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it. Oh no. Oh, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. It's either Iris or Good morning, you two. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Why did you bring Wagahai here? Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Now Mavin knows around what I'm gonna do. Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Did the cat just, like, leave in the defense? He's just gonna knock over all the vases and stuff. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Meow. Yes, we got a big meow. Wagahai just left though, and I don't know where he just ran off to. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So, I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on the way to the port. Oh gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make the time up later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give him monkeys, really. If only all good news cancel out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pickpocket plunder. See? I didn't get that one in one. How'd you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runo here. Runo will show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Hi, Robin. Thank you everybody for coming by, honestly. Yes. Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oi, oi. Oi. Oh yeah. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina's innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then? Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Lead the Ray, Runo. That's what I just said. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. That's a familiar lisp. I sometimes turn W's into R's. It's because I'm trying to do an accent on top of talking. 17th April, 10 a.m., Old Bailey Courtroom. It's 10 a.m. flat. Oh, and look who it is. Our good friend the vampire. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
remind me how many years ago that it was that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. And there are some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior. Are there some circumstances? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of the society and government.
Really?
Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel.
There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide beneath a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mystic McGilded, who he defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I knowed what a monster he was, I never would have defended him.
And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the far east, the Nipponese.
What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Runo.
I actually managed to work that out too, thank you, Iris.
Total betrayal, what are you talking about?
The use of confidence trickster made me so happy when I read it the first time. He's using it as an insult. That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Is that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people?
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all of London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
Okay, let's see who these are. Oh, he's back, Mr. Moon. And typewriter lady is back. Wait, isn't that the isn't that the Russian who escaped from Russia? What the hell? Why is he here? He's a wanted man. Okay. Jesus, okay.
Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant?
Oh, I just realized. Again, we have the maid lady from the first trial, I think, and the old man from the second trial, except he's wearing doctor's clothing now. He is a tourist, okay, well.
Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know?
No, more like,
former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. What could I have?
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
staring at the maid and blushing. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Wait, did that fart sound effect come through? It should have. Okay.
Is something wrong, Runo?
Thank you, everybody, for immediately telling me that you heard a fart. I promise you it was the sound and not me. Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Wait, who's the middle guy?
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange the jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know?
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zieks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder.
I like how they basically picked up a sightseer off the street and were like, you're a juror now. Yeah, that's essentially what they did here, huh? Let's hang a lampshade on that. Middle guy is totally new and random, and him being a fan of stereoscopes is totally not going to be relevant at all. Yeah, now I assume that him being a fan of stereoscopes was going to be very relevant, but I don't, I'm glad he was the one that I didn't recognize.
The victim, Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietary of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullets pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body, a rising diagonal trajectory.
And what's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say.
Oh.
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
The autopsy report has been entered to the court record. Crime scene photograph has been entered to the court record. Okay.
I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, that's that, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that lives in the slums in the East End. Oh, well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are you jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell.
We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive.
My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
Oh, I just realized that I got a Monch from Robin, which means I got to redeem a Monch. Also the Hydrate, which I did redeem, I just didn't say thank you. Hold on. Sorry for all the crackling sounds. Because we got a Monch redeemed, it means I have to give you an HD Crunch, because that's all the snacks I have right now. I got tortilla chips. Ready for an HD Crunch? Mmm. Mm-hmm. That's some good HD. Alright, let me close this bag again. away from the microphone. There you go. Hello, Boshamo. Thank you for passing by.
The court will take the floor pen and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zieks. At once, my lord.
Okay.
This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
I think that's because it has.
Oh, he takes off the cape from the beginning. Okay, this is a serious case then.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Pop Winterbank on 16th April this year.
Oh.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the three Sculvin brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't look me in with you lot. God blimey, that's gold. Don't you know what we're going through?
It's all to bruv. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him.
So we decided then there what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you Big Bruv Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin. That's before he runs out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence.
Their names are funny because it's a different Japanese pun that wasn't in the original version of the game. What are their names again? I already forgot. They're the Skulkins, but whoops. Nash Skulkin and Ringo Skulkin. I don't know what Nash is, but Ringo is Apple. Nash and Ringo. Nash. I don't know what Nash is.
Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witness this proprietor's murder.
Nashi is pair. Okay.
Order, order. The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
Okay, you guys can hear the sound alert, but for some reason I cannot. Give me a second. Did it stop monitoring it? No, it should do both. Weird. I'm not hearing the sound alert anymore. Refresh cache of current page. Let's do that. Let me try to redeem an oof because this is an oof. It's not. It's not doing the sounds. I assume it's sending it to you guys, but for some reason I'm not hearing the sounds. I'm just having all the audio issues today. What a shame. Okay.
Though they naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. 'Cause the Skulkin's never skulking.
Get out of it.
Illegal entry.
We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff's door was ajar, see?
It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, was.
But once we got inside, called blimey love me, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet.
Nice and quiet? You shot my friend.
A terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Nah, they done do nothing. The door was providing access to the storeroom from the main shop. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes.
What's the matter, Runo?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is.
Cross-examination. Alright, first of all... Door was locked from the inside. Oops, sorry, nope. I went...
What do you think of this pair, Runo?
I think they're lying through their teeth is what I think. I'm going to prove it. What is it, Iris?
Well, I'm not really sure. There's just something a bit funny about that prosecutor over there.
Wait, could this testimony be some sort of trap? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is what I want to press.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Do I have, like, anything of Herlock? Is it in the news? What is this? There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Ooh, interesting. For 10-year-olds. Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. Oh, sorry, I wasn't reading in her voice.
It's about the secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted. How would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo?
No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Okay, that updated that. I just needed that info. I want to see if there was anything about Herlock Sholmes in here, but it doesn't seem to be.
Pawnbroker perishes in Picpus plunder. How awful, Virginia, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Cyverish Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps?
Protects planet? My reaction was the exact same line.
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great.
Alright. Yeah, I don't have anything Teenage representation papers. No, I don't have anything that proves what shot. Okay. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam as soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets.
I'm still not sure what voices I want to give them. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say.
That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers, we are not budgers. Not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled out me dukes out me Lucy lockets.
So you'd clearly like us to believe.
Nay, come again.
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Satan's alive, they fired a gun, you say? Ah. Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was.
Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes.
They shot the great Mr. Sholmes.
I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to a hospital.
The great Sholmes, that's beyond pale.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
The Skulkin brothers' gun has been entered. Okay. I like the voices you're giving them. Thank you. I'm trying to do something, at least.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend.
Yes?
Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder, but the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime before under scrutiny in this trial.
Yeah, objection. Well, I don't need evidence because I was there.
Objection.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night?
The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker shop that night?
Do I have a picture of the thing or no? I don't. So the blood samples.
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of blood stains. Hold on, I need to drink some water actually. Got something stuck in my throat. Oh, wow, okay. Got that out.
Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you.
Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
Yes, it's the first one.
What is that? Explain.
It's a photographic print taken at the Windibanks pawnbrokery of the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it still isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witness did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? That was unnecessary. Stop doing that. You have wasted so many glasses. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Eh? Take it easy there, governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You aren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Soki. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew that their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Soup. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Ah! In other words, these two men... Whoops. Hold on. Actually, while I have this up, I want to see about this. Mr. Winterbank's gun, the cylinder's completely empty. Winterbank always used to keep his gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Is he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the article safe. Alright. I also want to check this autopsy report. Reporting party was me. Post-mortem findings: single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other signs of trauma. Wait, so it didn't go the whole way through. Autopsy findings: instant death from posterior anterior bullet wound. Oh, single bullet wound in upper. I don't know why I read wound. Single bullet wound in upper half of the victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. I know why I said wound is because my brain is thinking where the bullet wound up. Instant death from posterior anterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. But did it also exit, I guess? It says entered, but it doesn't say anything about exiting. Also, it just says single bullet wound in upper half, but is there an exit wound? Did it leave his body? There's no explanation on that. That would be nice to know. Well, there's that. Shot right through the clothes. Anything else in here? So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of the 6 revolver cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot had been fired from it. Exactly. Oh, The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Winterbank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. These were good. Have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all. Huh? So that's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Ash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas? Ah, we're into it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's she going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one on the victim's shop. Okay, so he found the camera.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m. 8:30. 9. Can we just skip through these until the relevant one? As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court, the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour? I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Yeah, that's a bit of fried talk, eh, bruv? Lady Lux loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? It must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been, yeah. Just got 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene, what might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord! It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade! As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quite, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Photograph of Gina has been entered into the court record. Oh.
I don't believe it. Ginny!
In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Winterbank.
Ah!
I say, my lord. Oh, wrong person. I wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. What voice did I give you? Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand in 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
When he was talking, his pipe was going through his upper lip and not into his mouth. It was very strange.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what is exactly your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. Here I am now leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we ought to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. This is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here.
Status report for the court men on the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry. For brothers, they are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
What? Why did he hit it with his? Wait. What? He hit the old man doctor guy hit the table with his head and not his hand. His hands are just up for some reason.
It does indeed appear the jury is unanimous in its leaning already.
That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. Is it presented yet? Can I look at it? Yes, I can. That's the picture of the cat. That is his gun. There's nothing much I can see, huh? What was I gonna look at? Right, I need to figure out which one of these it is. This one, the cat is looking to the left, and this one, the cat is looking to the right. No, they both have the same image on it, unless they're next to each other. Never mind. Thank you for the posture check, Icy. Didn't need that. He needs to keep his hands clean because he do a surgery. He's not doing a surgery in the middle of trial. Unless he did the surgery on Sholmes. Lord, he probably was the surgeon for Sholmes. Oh, jeez. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Very well, the court grants permission. So you refuse to admit defeat again? How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
The juror's contentions.
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeer.
As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores properly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look in the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. Oh, thank you for the raid, Yin Yang Fox. Skulkin Brothers unite! How do you know about the Skulkin Brothers? What were you doing today? Let me get this shout out actually typed out correctly because I'm bad at typing apparently. Funny, you're on the same case that I'm doing. Okay, that's funny. I mean, this is the last case of the first game. You were playing Destiny 2. Okay. Hope you had a good one. Hope you had good luck with your legendaries and all that.
If I've left it in there, I think there'll be repercussions by now.
Mind made up, stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow, stop.
In Motherland, we never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
How are you today? I'm doing good. I'm just hoping I can finish this tonight before I actually haven't finished packing up for my trip tomorrow morning. So I gotta do that after I'm done with this.
The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield, that young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation than we've yet to see. Agreed. Stop. Again, I said that in my head. Do not agree to me. You didn't. Okay, never mind.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
I'm wanting to say blah blah blah. Lol. Well, hello everybody who came in with Yin's raid. Defense's rebuttal. Oh, the butt.
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeer.
Hold on, I actually want to press this. I want to hear this old man again. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are the forefront of the medical science, the real brains in the field.
So, what is it that you think you've left behind?
Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other's manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. That didn't help anything.
If I have left it in by now, I think there'll be repercussions by now.
Okay, well, let's, I want to hear this guy. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun.
Whoops. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope here is to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. They mentioned earlier, Ryunosuke has an incredibly readable face, so much so people can know what he's thinking. I know, but it's just still... You can't, like... If I'm asking a question, you can't just answer it. Okay, well, that doesn't help at all.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. Maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. And what exactly do you mean, filthy ice wars? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading the France magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Holmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Got to scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Okay. Minor detail was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Holmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all got to scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Okay. That has nothing to do with anything.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Graydon, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. There's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Holmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Graydon house was the talk of the town after that business. Law just moved out and I couldn't get Bally Soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yeah, that's essentially what I said. Oh, you're the person who I put his wife in prison, huh? Yes, can't be denied that you did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. He's been blushing this entire time, dear lord, yeah, because he's sitting next to the maid. He must have a thing for maid outfits, which is why he puts his wife in one. I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Oh, there you go. My meetup stop? Okay, let's press her. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. but cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to the four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Trying not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. Four corners. Map Earth confirmed. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Uh-oh. Mr. Angie. Mr. Angie.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3? Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but...
What?
Do you have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do. Say it again. Go on, I dare you.
Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities.
I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities?
Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before.
What? Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Absolutely. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that.
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I can.
Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Oh, do I not? I don't have a second print of that, do I? Oh. This is the thing from the other one. I don't have another one. Can I present the same one?
Take that.
Wait, sorry? What do you mean one more print? Okay, yeah, there you go.
Oh dear, don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works?
Okay, so that was a trap then. I was like, I don't have a second print. They didn't give it to me yet.
Bruno,
What?
you need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right.
Oh yeah, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph.
No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints.
Thanks for the friendly explanation.
Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then.
Haha. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me.
Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council?
All we need is another shot from a slightly different location. We can see the scene in 3 dimensions. I don't know what to think about this. Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. Okay, I'm glad he was able to tell immediately. The Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary?
Da.
I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which love fits. Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. I have so much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skoken brothers? Nah, maybe they went inside the pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skoken brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Runo? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the minds of more than half these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yeah, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Let's be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Oh, okay. I'm gonna hit her against him.
Objection.
That's the closest thing I have. These two statements are clearly contradict each other. Good Lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement. Contradictory. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen. I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Here is word. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. Is this what you mean? You should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. I thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes it is, Runo. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Oh. If you compare the print of the picture's Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Kiwi, Mr. Prosecutor? Tut tut, calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' fight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. Does seem to be the case. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot the man, but they stole nothing. It seems so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it's very important to continue with trial. Oh. Yay, well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might be able to turn the favor in our still. Hey, whoa, whoa. That's not what he said at all. We just might be able to turn the situation to our favor still. There you go. He's squishing the mouse. I don't know why he's squishing the mouse so much. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Cool, now we have two. Another print of the court record. I wonder if I can make use of that. Oh, do I have to do this again? Guess so. How do I... Oh, it was this B. Alright, it's about here. People say inventions like the stereoscope are at the height of technology. Well, utter piffle. Not yet? Okay. Can't understand, I really can't. They're just silly toys. Okay, there you go.
Excuse me.
Do this again. Alright. Cool, cool. Absolutely. Alright. Let's present this.
Take that.
And the next one.
Take that.
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Winterbanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Yes, I do. Well, I think so. Did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the two images together, inside your head it still notices the shift, as it were, depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. For seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. Oh, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on. Are they slightly off? Can you see there's a really obvious difference between them? Is there? A really obvious difference between them, besides the people missing? Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Oh, they are in different angles. I don't see an obvious difference. I think I did it. I kind of did it, not really. I don't see a difference. Besides the lamp being broken. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes, whatever, yes. Let's see if I cross my eyes, I can make the quill, the pens in the middle line up. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? Sure, let's say I saw it. Oh, what's going on with these 2 pictures? Something's on the counter. Sort of, they just jump out at you. Yes. That's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slightest shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures 3-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects and the counter haven't moved at all between the 2 pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Van Zeeks is practical, yes he is. Hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp on what this whole cross-eyed business is now, I'd say. Why the devil does the shift between the 2 prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I want the first idea. You know, Reno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 AM, and then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some of the items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookas! Someone tampered! New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little bit here, but it seems that I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know that the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said that they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets. But this, another lie. Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. As it would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pig purse, common gutted trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? It's because the Sculpin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pig purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Oh my god. Just smack it with your head. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Bonk. That's what happened. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop.
Can move my mic a little closer to me.
Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way.
What?
You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Why didn't you give me that earlier? Folded device that allows anybody to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions.
Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord.
I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. You can't say that! You can't say that you're just gonna probe someone. Why is there a to be continued here? We just started. Yes, save my current progress. Actually, let's take a little bit of a stretch break, shall we? That'll be quick. I'm just gonna go use the bathroom. It's been an hour and a half. Well, it was like a half an hour of me trying to get my technology to start working, so maybe not so much. Okay. Yeah, let me add to the stretch break and get hydrated. Yeah, let me get some water. I'll be right back, y'all. Where's my talk? There it is. Or not. That's the wrong one. Oh, here we go. And we're back. Let me get my butt down. Let's move you over here so I can lean back a little bit. Let's get comfy. Let's get comfy, everyone. Whoops. Okay, well. There you go. All right. Lean back just a little bit on my chair. Get real comfy while we continue our trial. Oh, let me show up first, shall I? There I am. Hello, everyone. Let's get this music back out. I meant to fade away that music, but I accidentally just hit pause.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
You're gonna make me posture check when I just leaned back, when I got nice and comfy in my chair. This is good oh jeez, my bad. This is good posture. I'm not slouching, I'm leaning back.
I presume you heard the Defense's Counsel Summation Examination?
Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Governor, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. God blimey. This is gonna be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks.
Well, it was bedlam soon, weren't it?
It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. Now, it is fish and chips in the inspector's hands, yes. We all love fish and chips in the inspector's hands. You brothers. God blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out?
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth.
I would carry fries with me at all times, honestly. Honestly, I would do the same. I wish I could just carry fries into court and just chomp on them periodically. And also some fried fish in there as well, randomly.
Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment.
And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, God, we hear ya. We'll plap, we'll squeak, we'll pleach.
Witness testimony. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lummy in, oh my god. Lummy in, after giving me a fright, we was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Short one looks like an English bulldog, he does.
So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah.
Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't.
Can't you make a sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't just be a coincidence these men showed up at the Windbanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
Whoa. Excuse me. Whoa. Whoa. Sorry about that. Whoa. Giving you those HD crunch. Whenever I eat one of those chips, they always get stuck in my throat. Like a little tiny piece always gets stuck in my throat. And comes out of nowhere. Alright. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? Wait, Nosh, we ain't. If we admit something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me all China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Yeah, well, that's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses. Explain your actions to the court. And why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash? Right. We more like we tidied the place up. Sorry. It was one of your gunshots, see? Made us both to jump and all that stuff went flying. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us. That much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Well, look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up with that blang. Big brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. It knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. We really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam. Hello?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? The severe munching. I wish I could do that on stream. Just have fish and chips and just munch on it. It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. You munch when Gregson munch. Thank you for the munch, Quick. I'm gonna open up this Luna bar, the same one that I had yesterday. Well, not the same one, but the same flavor and brand. Yeah. Let me put it on autoplay for a second. As you know, when we brought these fellas into the yard for the questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Can't open this. Might have, does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help but feeling like perchance you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has been, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. I did not press anything. What was that? We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details you miraculously return to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are, Gov. Oh.
A monk. Oh. That was too big a bite. Oh. Oh my god. Just before the gunshot, we got a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Wait, what? Kind of thing. Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. On me Granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank at the sound of his voice. Eh? So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, counsel, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to know when that bloke in all the fancy club has given us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job. It's a good job his granny is dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make us sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke what owned the place was holding the gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Huh.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, I bet that was a slight, eh? Two of them waving guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we had the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More like an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Cooked as a goose proper. Betty wish he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me the gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. "Give me that gun." Bam. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting is very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tying the place up. Lummy, it didn't half give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. Alright, so I'm gonna present this because obviously Gino had the gun.
Objection.
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. He has, Nash, he has. No question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in the possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection.
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Ugh. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. You're chronologically severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been able to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Ugh. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulking's never skulking. Bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Hmm. Hmm. But he obviously didn't have a gun. I already pressed this one, right? I think the shooter didn't come out the door and get us next. Let's press this then. So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not in your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside. Or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, you see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accuser not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gino's in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have if we wanted to. Love how they're talking about how great a criminal they will become in the middle of a court. Yeah, honestly. And then they stuck everything to how it was.
Hold it.
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot of your own gun from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit acy there. We was, Nosh, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You're shaking like a leaf. Don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind totally goes blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the dowels on us like winking. You've been handcuffed. The police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves nothing. That proves it, doesn't it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Hey, what? Well, 'cause it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct. You've got it, Mr. Down to a T. I just gave him the fan voice. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I can pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think she's 10 years old. I must be 5. Wait, what? Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. I was like, what? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's see. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. Do I have anything to present that? Wait a second. If he was yelling at her and then immediately got shot, he wouldn't have been shot from the back. Weird. Huh, I really don't know. Let's see. Alright, I don't think that's correct. Well, let me, oops, my bad. Let me press again and see what he says. No, it doesn't seem like anything. It's that gets me. Yes, a career in acting, yes. Okay. Then we had someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, yeah, okay. This section, yep, obviously not going to say anything, but this section is really one of those, really? Oh, okay, great. I was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. Stick everything back where we found it and scarper straight into him in the black. Oh, did I not press this? Yes, whereas you want to fight or shot for Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, was a bit AC there.
Okay, yeah, there was this one. Okay. Whoa, what was that? Hold on. That was new. Okay. Apparently we looked. Okay, after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. See, we never had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
Why should we believe that? Hey, what? Well, because it's true, innit? It was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. Whoa, excuse me. Correct. You've got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true, I wonder? Oh, okay, that's what I wanted. Okay. Alright. Alright. Did they encounter Mr. Winterbank? And how about this? Alright, do I have anything to present here? There's just a single bullet wound and the path that the bullet took. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Where do I present this picture somewhere? Did I do this one?
Hold it!
Oops, my bad. I just did this one. Jeez, okay. Trying to think. What proves anything? Okay, there you go. Also, let's see. My brain's not working. Single bullet wound to from the back. No other signs of trauma. Oh, really? Hold on. I just realized what it was. This is dumb. It's a lamp, isn't it? I had to, like, my brain was like blank, and I was like, my gears were just turning, and I was just like, I couldn't even think of anything. And I was like, wait, there's one difference. It's the stupid lamp. We did knock a few things over, but we were rifling for nothing. Actually, never mind. It's not the lamp. I thought that was talking about something. Okay, well, what the heck? What in the heck? What in the heck? What in the heck? What in the heck? Did they not see him? Let's see. Is it me or is... Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I just noted something very, very important. Look at the door. What the hell? That's like a... We peeked through a little thing. It's in that one, but it's not in the earlier one. What? What? Oh my god. Damn it, that's not what I need for this puzzle. I just made a connection. So did she have the experimental cat door gun with her as well? Because that's the only thing that could have made a hole in the top thing. But yeah, I had a big brain moment, but that's not what I need right now. Okay, cool, great, thanks. Okay, no, I don't know why I brought this up. I don't need this. This is not actually evidence. I remember making this connection also way too early. Yeah, well, I have to look through things and figure out what the hell I'm looking for. This was the coat one. And this one was, one small box. Paperwork signed by Gina, put me in charge of her defense. Jeez. I really don't know. If you can give me a tiny hint without giving me the answer, that'd be very useful. Thing is, I can't like put two and two together here. Just before the gunshot we heard, like, obviously this is a problem here. Press statement 5. Have I not pressed everything yet? I thought I did. Oh! Damn it. I thought I did press everything. Yes, we're upon... No, this is the one that I did. Okay, yeah, I did press this one like 3 times. Okay. And then I thought this one was new. Well, yeah. So that proves nothing. That proves it, done it, eh? Yeah. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we? I still don't know. Press it. Did I not press this one either? I feel like I did. Why should we believe that? Hey, what? Yeah, we did, because it's true, innit? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accuser who had a gun to his head. Yeah. In other words, not in question, these 2 witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor. Correct. You got it, mister? Down to a T. Never actually encountered Mr. Winbeck. Is that really true? I wonder. See, I had already done those, but... Oh, there should have been a question popped up. I wonder if I missed something. I feel like I have to bring up a guide again, which is annoying. I had to do that before, so screw it. Sometimes I really hate it when they do these like very like obtuse things where it's just like and they like hide things in an order that you have to press things. Yeah, big oof. One of the statements you press should propose a question. Well, I pressed both 5 and 6, so let's see. Here's one. Let's go to case 5, trial part 1. Cool. Statement 5. No. Let's see. Got that, I got that. No, we got this. Oh, we're in part 2, that's why. Duh, I'm smart. Statement 5. You're right, I didn't... What? What? I did that. I did that. Hello? Statement 3. And then I present... I presented the picture of the crime scene, didn't I? Oh. Oh, I presented the other photograph first. That's annoying. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? I see, Gov, you've got the picture. He has, Nash, he has, no question. Yeah, this section was not fun. I love the games, but there's always a why game. Yeah. Okay. And yet the photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right. Oh, really? That's what it... Oh, fine.
Objection.
You're not even done with the case, you're just a little bit ahead. Oh, okay. Well, when I get to the point where you're at the case, where you're at in the case, you can either play along with me, or you can jump out of the stream if you don't want to be spoiled. I don't mind either way. There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it.
Stay where you are. Wait, stay exactly where you are. Right there. If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Oh, sorry about that, I sneezed. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates its inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Well, hold on, just say exactly where you are. Gently rising. Oh, duh. Yeah, the bullet came in through the back, right.
Take that.
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true,
It would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah. But, it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Oh. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windenbank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, Order. Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, we were supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us? What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk, there is no other option available to you. Bro, come on, the game's up. But you'll have a guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is the very last chance to tell the truth. Counter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then flew at us like he was possessed. Thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. Chucked me over this counter. I pulled my gun on him, then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what appeared, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, Counsel for Defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. Counter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and he was really fun. Alright, let's see. Give me that gun, he bellowed, then flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Pulled my gun on him, then legged it through that door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windenbank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv when he was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man flew into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yes, yeah, that's it. Shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Oh, yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency can be insignificant. I should make a mental note of it. Interesting. Look, the point is, me and my brother here. That's right. Nash, that's right. Me and my brother here. Never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
I only just met your stream thanks to Yin Yang, but I'm curious on your reaction on what just happened to me, because you are closer after this. Wait. Yeah, okay. You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shot himself into the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank? I feel like yes, because I don't know when the little door was put in. They had an option. They could have opened the little door thing and shot him through that. Hey, what? What's that look for? From the moment that you admitted you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial has changed completely. It did. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel. Yeah, he's standing on a soapbox. I think that's really funny. You must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord. There's many chances to be right at, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runa? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. From here. Present.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers earlier in the testimony, I pulled my gun on him, then he legged it through that door into the back room. And Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? That's true, this is also another possibility. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Just a little break from what he's about to say. Let me look at those pictures again. Okay, never mind. Unless, yeah, never mind. Yeah, that door is what the little like flap is there. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Oh, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body in an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But, what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? I think it's him, because he would have been able to reach into the little hand thing and like maybe locked it? Maybe? Unless it wants me to say her. Because it is possible that she did. She did have the key in her pocket. But why would she lock the door and then pass out? That doesn't make sense to me. It would only make sense if she was passed out. As or before he got shot. What makes sense to me is he got shot and then she was so surprised that she passed out. Yeah, she passed out from shock, maybe? Like, I don't know. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna give me him. I also don't know if like the little window that it gives enough reach to put your arm through and lock the door. Yeah, I don't think that would make sense. So she's the only possibility. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? To protect herself. Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yeah, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door, and as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, I think that was pretty obvious. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory's correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back to the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winterbank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Oh, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winterbank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbank's murder. Yeah. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they have to go a verdict of not... An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation, but such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? Was that even English? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zieks, might be an idea to explain this body conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's arguments is really very simple to understand. I break the glass again. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets! Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel? Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life, and the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Ah, yeah. There was 1 bullet shot from each gun. That makes sense. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet early in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun that hit Mr. Sholmes, it means... Winterbank not shot by same gun, stop, only 1 bullet, stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing to scrutiny.
Ugh. Oh. Thank you for the posture check. And thank you for the munch, Boshamo. Hold on, let me put up my chair. I'm gonna munch the other half of this Luna bar.
Order, order, order! Oh. Why? Why did you do that? Stop. There's no reason for you to do that. That did nothing. You just threw a perfectly good bottle of wine. You get both an oof and a fart. Cool. Why? Why is this man like this? Swear to God. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Oh, it wasn't full, it was empty, but whatever. Lord Van Zeeks. Why does it taste like coffee? What the heck? But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. What? That disc? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. Well, anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yeah, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. That's a grim testament to the defendant's character. That was his voice? Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson? That was his voice? That high-pitched hold it? Held it! Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service and, I think I was agreed that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. Music box disc has been entered into the court record. Alright, shut up. Don't say anything. We have to check the blood. We have to check the blood now. Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Haha, then it's my time to shine again. Thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash! Green. But what? Green? That can't be right. Green was the color of Sherlock's bullet thing, wasn't it? What? What? Ooh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. So, Eggman was shot. But, what the what? What does it say? From McGilted. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yeah, so rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Okay, so we can't read... Oh, it's not a letter, it's just a piece of paper then. Interesting. Interesting. Which means... this thing has to be... whatever his name is. AJ. AG? AG? AGOG? Sorry, that's so weird. Egbert Benedict? Well, who the hell is this guy? Is he related to Sherlock Holmes? Wait, actually, they do look a little similar, but no. Not similar enough. Weird. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. Oh, I had the jury on my side for once for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord. I wonder if I might say something at this point. We're not doing this again, are we? Why don't you interrupt? I have the ability to go, objection. No, something else is wrong. We have to keep talking. Like, don't stop the presses yet. There's still more to discuss. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about it in a bit of a fog up to now, truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. Cole will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen.
Guilty.
I'm just gonna hold B.
Guilty.
I know this is
Guilty.
I get it. Y'all are stupid. And I have to do the summation, whatever. When you have eliminated the possible, whatever remains must be the truth. Sorry. Yeah. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Ah, how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Gary Depp Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. Okay, let's go. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Yeah, okay. That didn't seem very relevant. It would seem there's very little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit it. I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Oh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past. That doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defendant's rebuttal. Alright. Press. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she's shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, huh? Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, you already did actually. You already sprayed it with thing. This dialogue just happened before I was supposed to. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And he ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Mr. McGilda's disc. Could be a clue somehow. Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. There's only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted. So the number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although... Yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose... if there was another bullet somewhere of which we weren't aware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Well, would it be... would it be that? I'm not quite sure. Well... Should I do the music thing? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Let's see if it goes through.
Take that!
Heading out. Hope your client gets acquitted. Thank you, Boshama. You have a good night. Or good time zone, rather. I don't pass this would pass as a 3rd bullet. Passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Coming from you, I'm going to take that meaning not much. It in no way resembles a bullet, if that helps your understanding of my last remark. Ugh. Ah, damn it. It's been a long day. Let's actually find this 3rd bullet before we attempt that again, Bruno. Damage. Okay, fine.
Hold it!
So if I've understood this correctly, you need 2 pictures. A left eye one, and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this? So if you have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl on the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yeah, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well, then surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? It's a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. But I need this man to give me more information about that operation.
Hold it!
He was clearly the one out operating on Sholmes. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defense's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. What? There's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock? No, Herlock? Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Herlock fellow! What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques I might add. It was fairly major op, I can tell you. Yeah, love these random jury members. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or the other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullets anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Counsel for the defense is correct, as is clear and shown in the photographic print, that the bullet that Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ha! What do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left his body at all. What? That's the point, the only logical conclusion that the bullet was still somewhere inside the man's innards. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Someone please solve the mystery. It's almost as much as a mystery as how this jury was put together. Mystery where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Well, actually, hold on. Well, this just breaks everyone. Right? Okay, so you and you.
Objection.
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Oh, would you? Oh my god. I hate this. Yes, those statements do contradict each other. But you're gonna take away a point because I didn't do it the way you want me to. I feel like I didn't have these problems in the... You know what? Those 2 games were after this, weren't they? I didn't have this problem with the games after this. I didn't have a problem with Ace Attorney 6, with Spirit of Justice. I don't remember Dual Destinies actually, if I had problems with it then, but I don't think I did there either. So, I guess there's still a lot of issues, and this was an earlier game, I guess. Very annoyed. Accused had attempted the theft on the previous day. Can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Do you excuse me? Stop. I'm a communications officer. Stop. Communications officer. Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop. Oh yeah. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves on the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communication information from the government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine? Let's just finish the trial tonight. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way. He's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how you say, extreme, violent bath of, no. Blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps? Those. Extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English though, is he? No, still we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Well, how do I connect them? Benzix has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. So I guess I have to do these two, and hopefully that's not going to make me lose a point. Because this is a question about guns, I guess. Guns and bullets.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert? PT. On the night in question, Mr. Scholz was shot by one of the Skokin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Scholz's body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Scholz was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. So it is Villain Bolshevik. Oh shoot, I skipped before reading. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. Huh? It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. But if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very short, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking exactly at the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Stuff around this area, I think. Hold on. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely why he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch that Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may.
Lord Van Zieks.
Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping all along with the other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. Well, extremely unconventional during a summation examination. I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the rectum, but was deflected into a wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. I'm glad I can help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Well, actually, if there was blood on this, then I can scan that as well. Stop talking. We have no time for that. We must check it out. Oh look, there's a hole here in the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. This looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Is there no blood on it? Is this blood? No. This file's been smashed to pieces. Presumably this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does, but they're also quite tricky to handle. Safely at least, they're very dangerous. Oh, I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right hand side of Sholmes in the future. Left is danger zone. Is there no blood on this? There doesn't seem to be any blood on this. There's a bullet hole here. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! This must be where the bullet hit, then. Let me see. Is the bullet still in there? There it is! What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin brothers' bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. Time to press that juror again, I think. Oh, sorry, that was him. Okay, well, now we found the 3rd bullet. Yay. Okay, whoops, sorry. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, this a new piece of evidence. Could be a valuable clue. Can't afford to overlook anything. Cool, we got it. Sure, there's still a way to turn this around. I'm sure of it. Okay, so now what hits me is the only explanation for this is that... So, while Ginny was standing up Mr. Windibank, what was his name? Winda something? Windibank, yes, okay. While she was standing up Mr. Windibank, this man walked in and like threatened them somehow, and she shot him with that gun. And that probably shocked her. He probably left. That probably shocked her, and she probably passed out, and Mr. Windibank was freaking out, so he took her into the back. And then he heard the burglars come in because the front door was still open. And then he felt incredibly nervous about all of this, and he wanted to kill himself because that's who he is. And he assaulted the burglars to try to steal their guns so he could end his own life. And then he threw her aside and then ran into the room. And as he was running in, they shot him. But that doesn't explain the cat entrance, the little flap that suddenly appeared. The accused had attempted. Oops, my bad. One. Okay, let's press you again. Hold B until you ask me the question. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet. Oh my god, I almost selected something else. It's literally called the 3rd bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholm's pouch. What? This pouch was removed around Mr. Sholm's waist before he was taken to the hospital. Oh wait, I'm missing a gun here. Hold on. So it must be Eggs Benedict who shot Mr. What's his name? Windibank. Yes. His pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholm's waist before he was taken to the hospital. Since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholm's. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank, and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Huh? But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered at the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh. Ugh. Order. While the summation examination remains incomplete, court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which this case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witness back to the stand. Bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Witnesses? Governor? Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor. We was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I didn't make nothing if I can't help it. Is it one of yours? God blimey, Gov. God blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What, eh? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense? Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over to all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. I kind of want to say it's nothing to do with them. It's clear that they shot Sherlock and they shot down there, but I believe it has nothing to do with them. Hey? Hey? Nash? Hey? That's right. Yeah, nothing to do with us, Gov. We've established that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 guns already known to the court. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that on the night in question at Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a third firearm. Steam, what the hell? Steam just popped up in front of my screen. Whilst the brothers may have had nothing to do with the third gun or the bullet fired from it, it's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the third man. Yes, the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. An accomplice, you say? Pigs will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Ugh. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of the spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But that's funny, the first and third option seem to work just fine because I did the first option and it did fine. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Like both of them could have worked. How can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. Of course I am. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Well, first of all, we're already aware of this. The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? It's the same picture as well. Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain. Green blood. Curious even for you. It is a court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature.
It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood.
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank.
Ah, striking blue. Yeah, so you see
the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winterbank was killed.
By golly.
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict.
Egbert Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place,
when the accused had attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Broker. Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes,
Article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say,
any music box discs too. Egg. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, and he can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbances. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? What? Never seen the geezer in before me life. On me life, Gov. On me life, never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is a filthy criminal, as you say he is. This is not a hard one. We have the disc. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now.
Proof that the man pictured in the photographic print was in fact struck by the third bullet. I mean, it would also be the blood samples. My brain is like this, but
Take that!
it is the blood samples. Proof is right here in this portfolio. Good gracious, Counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? I see you shared my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nipponese friends, but... Enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Huh? Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot in the third bullet at the scene of the crime? This one.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winterbanks. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. The man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? Presenting the disc itself works too, that's nice to know. Okay, so it takes either one, that's good. That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following that a minor incident occurred. But of course, here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. By being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here, in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. Exactly the same color. Wait, exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Egbert Benedict, who was in Winterbanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore the gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
What do you mean, objection? This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. What? What does that mean? Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar class. It's a god of detection of some sort. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest courts of the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What's of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Oh, well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Ah. Hello, Jim, and Icy, thank you for the posture check. I don't know, I mean, he's a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew we would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. Herlock sounds like airlock. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the Summation Examination. Oh. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yeah, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that right? Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Irish Wilson, sharpshooter.
After the shrewd perceives of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Interesting. Two call guilty and four call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. Prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretendant to real police work.
Oh, thank you for the raid, Paul You Paradox. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you had a good stream. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. Paul's Magic University is taking a field trip to your stream. Haha. This courtroom is a fire hazard. I mean, if anything, it's filled with wine all over the prosecutor side. If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. Actually, you know, I'm not sure when like, I don't know, fire regulations in the UK were made, so it might not be a fire hazard by law anyway. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I feel that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Speak up. It was me, my lord. Okay. It's me, my lord.
Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam?
If possible. Inspector.
Me, ma'am.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again? The one in which the gentleman is shown?
Right, yes, this one you mean. Of Mr. Benedict.
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say. You know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What? No! Good gracious!
I want some bottles. Jevil is so hard, but I'm bad at it. Oh, are you fighting Jevil right now? I think I beat Jevil the second time. I think I lost on purpose the first time because like one of my teammates died and I think it was Ralsei that died. And this isn't really spoilers because everybody knows Jevil at this point, I feel, because that's from chapter 1 of deltarune. But
I feel like Rousey died and I didn't have enough healing items. So I was just like, I'm just going to start over. And I like let myself die on purpose to get the fight again. And then the second time I had no problem with it. Order, order, order. Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer, stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is, stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away at the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he's a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The timing of these jurors, huh? Yep. This is my first time playing Undertale Deltarune. I'm okay at combat, but not super great. I played Deltarune the day it came out, and for both chapters, each one like the day it came out, because I was very... Undertale, I played the demo when the Kickstarter first started, and I was very hyped for it. And then I played it a couple days after it came out. I actually had something going on at the time. And then Deltarune came out. And I haven't done the extra content, I'm going to say, in Deltarune Chapter 2, because I will say there's extra content. I won't say what that extra content is. It is unnecessary, but I haven't done the extra content in Deltarune Chapter 2 yet. I have fought Jevil though, but I lost that save, and I need to replay the game again to get all of the items and stuff to carry on to chapter 2, because the stuff does carry over. Thank you for the hydrate, little chew. Anyway, that's enough talking about Deltarune. Hold on. I will say, if you played Undertale and you fought the No Mercy route bosses, I feel Jevil was a lot easier than the No Mercy bosses in Undertale. Both of them. Like I had to try a lot with the bosses in Undertale, No Mercy round specifically, but I didn't have too much trouble with Jevil. So yeah, you stand a chance. It's a lot easier because you have three party members. But I will say stock up on items, because you will need them, because Rousey loves dying. Anyway, let me continue. Let me continue back into the game that we're playing. Court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Yes, I did in fact play Deltarune Chapter 2. What I was saying is I haven't played any of the extra content. Okay, we have a to be continued. Let's take a short break to let's talk about Deltarune and Undertale. No spoilers for Chapter 2. It is very recent, but I'd rather not spoil anything. If you can speak around spoilers and things, just try not to like, I don't know. I don't know how to say try not to spoil anything while still talking about it, but like, we're in part 3 of this trial, and I feel like we haven't gotten anywhere yet. Gotta go food and post-stream stuff. Okay, you have a good day, Paul. I'm just gonna look to see how many parts there are. Okay, there's only 4 parts, so I feel like I can do this then. Yeah, so Deltarune. I finished part 2 recently and then found out about the extra content, and I watched the extra content because I was like, I don't really have the time to play through this right now, so I played it in the background of things that were happening, and boy, that extra content in chapter 2 is intense. So I would suggest not looking into it at all until you beat chapter 2. First, normally. You need to put in effort to do the extra content. And honestly, I'm surprised people found it this quickly. I assume they went through the code or something, but I'm surprised people found the extra content so quickly. Like, it was all over the internet by the next day. Relevant Deltarune and GAA shitpost. No spoilers. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna look at it real quick. Okay, I'm gonna play that one. That was really good. Okay. Just gonna show my monitor real quick. That's beautiful. I absolutely love that. There's a character in Deltarune Chapter 2 that also throws glasses like that, and that is one of her lines. Beautiful. I absolutely love that. That's so funny. But yes, if you have not played Undertale and or Deltarune Chapters 1 and 2, please play them. They are so good. They are like... Undertale is already in like my top 5 games, I would say. But like Deltarune is not even complete, and it's like, boy, is it promising. Once Deltarune is finished, I'm pretty sure it's going to overtake Undertale. I won't play them. I'll just read the story. I have my reasons personally, but the story is wonderful. Yeah, if you want to just watch a Let's Play of someone playing it as well, there's tons of that on YouTube and tons of people here who stream it on Twitch. I would suggest, like, I played the game and then immediately went to watch other people play the game because it's such a good series, both Undertale and Deltarune, to watch people react to. It's because both games are just full of so much emotions. Deltarune Chapter 1, not as strong as the other two, but Deltarune Chapter 2 and Undertale both have very, very strong emotions, I feel, tied to them. Deltarune Chapter 1 feels a little bit more silly, still has strong emotions to it, still has very like good character writing, but it really comes to like, it really starts showing itself in Chapter 2, and you really start getting more like into it. So I'm very excited for them to move on and do chapters 3 through however many they're going to be. The menu says chapters 3 through 7, but I'm pretty sure it's going to 3 through 7, 3 through 6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be, he said chapters 3 through 5 are going to be the last and final update. So I don't know about that, ? But we'll see. But yeah, they're very good. Let us continue with the trial. Let's continue on. That was a nice little me gushing about Deltarune break. Deltarune Chapter 1 was kind of misleadingly advertised, which made it harder to absorb for anyone who played it day 1. I don't know if I entirely agree. Like, I absolutely adore Deltarune Chapter 1. I'm not sure what you mean by misleadingly advertised, because the way that it was released, Chapter 1 of Deltarune was Toby Fox being like, hey, here's this thing that I'm working on. Please looking at it. Yeah, it was just called the Survey Program. He didn't explain what it was, and it was just this program called the Survey Program, and you downloaded it, and you're like, okay, what's this? And then it starts with this like weird like character creator thing, and you're like, oh, okay, I get to create my own character. Is this going to be like a little, like, is this like a little demo for like an Undertale related thing? And then the game just like goes like, okay, we're starting the game, and you're just like, oh, this is a game. Oh, it keeps going. Oh. So that was very good. It was very hard to talk about day 1 if you were a day 1 player, because like no one wanted to really, I'd say like 75% of people wanted to like protect the privacy of it, like the surprise of it, and just kind of like advertise it as like, oh, this is the server for, oh, I guess that made it like harder to advertise, I guess, kind of. But
After like it became known like deltarune was a thing, it was pretty good. I don't know. I very much enjoyed chapter 1. And then it's like it ends, but it doesn't really end. And then like you know that there's going to be more. And then he says that he's going to be releasing more. He said later on that he was going to be releasing more, but they weren't going to be free. But then he's released chapter 2 for free anyway. But anyway, let's continue. That's enough Undertale and Deltarune talk. I love both of the games. I'm sure I'm going to play them on the stream at some point. Because I'm obviously going to try to like get a nice save with all of the characters and things that I need to unlock for whenever chapters 3 and things come out. But that probably won't be for another like 2 years. Or maybe I'll play it for the anniversary. I don't know. We'll get to that eventually. 17th April, 12:41 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Oh, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. On the contrary, I feel much more like aligned towards you. I like know for a fact that you're not the one who did it now. Of course I can. Though you probably shot the other guy. I will say that, if he is shot. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Hey? Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And then we'd all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped down and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew, I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Oh, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. No, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake,
Stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, I'm sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I am back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out into the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was... right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. It was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runa's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there that in the afternoon? That Agate Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it on Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilted, we told you a whole pack of lies. And he got the big bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I can never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You what? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of that crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runo. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me.
All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Wow, that was very gay. I very much enjoyed that. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Hey? That's right. You're a friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naroda? I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Why was that so dramatic? That should have been at the end of the chapter, not the beginning of this one. That was so dramatic. 17th April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Oh, thank you for the munch and the hydrate. Let me finish up this bar. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? One moment. The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to the Inspector Gregson's pursuit of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. Oh man, is he gonna have the same voice as, what's his name now? forgot what voice I gave him earlier. I think I gave him the prosecutor's voice. But of course, my lord. An upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume?
Yes, I was.
Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Stop doing that. Gladly, my lord, gladly. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Does a gay little dance that pisses you off. Exactly what that is.
I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Such Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, and enchanté. So...
why did he give me his hat?
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
Ugh, but I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do.
Accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbroker where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me what you...
The witness here is to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious.
Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
So it's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky.
But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Hold it!
I need to not drag the end off as long as I do for the prosecutor. Have you seen these two men before? This pair?
No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. What else do I have? Even if certain parties present claim that my blood was found at the scene, so Scaramouche Detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken seriously. Okay, let's go back to this one.
Hold it!
Let's just press everything. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you to appear under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Ah. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between different... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What's this? Hello?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hey, what? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yeah, I know you're not Big Bruv Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Hey, call blimey, Governor. You what? This is not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Hey, me thoughts. I didn't have none of them. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Governor. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves there's armor rounds like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Oh, I love idiots. They're so good. They help me so much. Look at this. Do you see this? This is what we like to see. Right here. I realize you can't see my mouse, so there's no reason for me to be circling around him. I am circling around him with my mouse. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worried for him, and... Oh, well's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to the mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Yeah? 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 Shut the hell up. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. That somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken, that was not me. I never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. The skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon? You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order, order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. Interesting. About the disc. There's a note on the disc for saying... Wait, there's a note on the disc for... There's a note on the disc saying, "Former gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling on the day in question." Okay, I had to sneeze, sorry. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I don't know about that. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGill, did you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Why would someone want to steal the disc? Well, the disc probably has something important on it. I don't know.
Yes, my lord, one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted?
I wonder if the disc is in Morse code. If it's a message in Morse code, I wonder. Yes, that's correct.
Order? Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear the name uttered in here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night two months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, will you commence your cross-examination, please?
The disc.
There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused filthy guttling on the day of question.
Proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation, redeem my article. And of course the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. What do I want to... But it wasn't yours to begin with.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice it at first, but such is the art of the pickpurse. But when I did, I head to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right.
That was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Hello.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is it Scotland Yard is gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zieks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about?
It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here.
Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
Ouch. Hold on. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. Well, no. Hold on. There was 2 cat images. This one was a small box. Do you think he would have come for this? Yeah, because that was that. There's 2.
Objection.
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection.
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ugh. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ugh. There's a second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection.
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Windibanks pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. Oh, the other camera. Cool. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using the plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGild's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 PM, on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken of one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident, at 11 PM on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then he would have another print. Is that box slightly ajar? This one was taken, well, I'll have to use the stereoscope again. Taken after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider the theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibilities that had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGilda's pawned box. Well, it's not necessary that he stole the box, but what was inside it? I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Here's a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? Do I have it? Actually, yes I do. There it is.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion! Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. There you go. It was that box that I was looking at earlier that I was like, that's a very interesting box. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. I assume this was much more interesting to do in the 3DS version, where it was probably actually 3D and that one thing actually did pop out. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it moved like that change things? Yes, it changes everything. Because what was inside could have been stolen. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have happened, what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. I can't get a read on Van Zeek sometimes. It's clear that he's interested in pursuing the actual truth sometimes, especially against like people with money, but when things like this happen, he's just like, no, that's not right. I don't believe you. Like, don't do that. Like, you're not allowed. Like, but I feel like you're curious as much as I am. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles in this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Well, you were trying to take the music box disc earlier. What? Not if it was gold or jewels, though. Though goodness knows, Mr. You can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, I'm sure of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to the case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. The box is a music box? I mean, that may be possible, but I think the disc is a little too big for it to be a music box. It is a very small box. Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? We're gonna have her testify. The truth will always make its way out, so I'm sorry, Gina. Yeah, they are gonna find you. They are gonna put you in jail for perjury, I guess. I don't know what they do with kids your age, but how old is she? Hold on, actually, what's her age? She's 17. Do kids go to jail? My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilde's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain this last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. Okay. Time to tell the truth. The articles that Mr. McGilde had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the Omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilde. The Omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilde. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped down through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilde died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the court of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. I already said all I want to know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Huh? And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Now you're caught up to me because I'm stumped here trying to figure it out. Okay. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand on what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the Omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then? Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer I'm prepared to take that risk. Quake, again, I'm going to say, if you're willing to experience this with me, you're welcome to stay, and if you want to leave to keep the mystery for yourself, you could do that as well. I actually don't know. You're having a hard time here, so it's worrying me that I'm going to have a hard time, but we'll see what we get. Real truth of the Omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the Omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out of under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden I had a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when Mr. McGilded slipped the driver some tin to run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. The McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
The real truth of the Omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the Omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. What? Hello?
Excuse me.
What? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? I know there was no exclamation point there, but what the hell? Inspector Mr. Graydon. Whoa, blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
We have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Well, the other one, Sunshine. I think I've got anything to talk about with this a shady gent like this. I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. I cut her off. Hold on. Yeah, let me press this again. Now that they're not talking to each other. Was the disc you saw this disc? Are they talking to? No, they're not talking to each other anymore. Yeah. That was weird. Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right there next to the cove, lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill did picked it up pretty smallish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up. With the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word of what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. While he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And then he started asking me a lot of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Hello, Kodai. Thank you for coming by. On the last trial of the Great Ace Attorney 1, so if you don't mind spoilers, you can. I would suggest stay along. But if you are worried about spoilers, or if you're planning to play this game, feel free to leave. I'm not offended. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me and the guy on the roof deck went off to call the slops. But actually, truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the Omnibus the whole time. Oh yeah, let's press this because that was different. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? It's false testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Okay, I'm waiting to see you get where I am now. Okay. Oh, did I do something? Okay, I guess you didn't press them because I was like, what the hell are they doing? What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. Okay. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. I pressed them because I was like, what the hell are they doing? It didn't give me an exclamation point, but it was obviously that they had a different animation than they should have been. They weren't paying attention. I was like, hello? I know that if you talk to someone on the side, it doesn't take away one of your points. So I wasn't worried about it.
That's right. He must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there. Only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, the coat and what it's got has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. McGilded flashed some brass in his face, and he went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I have to hang on onto the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off of me before the 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What Mr. McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, the disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Well, I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Hey, I got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord? My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Okay, maybe we will be able to finish today.
The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it is a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle.
To be continued again. Okay, this time I'm just gonna push through. Wait, this stream has been going for almost 5 hours. I need to finish this game, so I will continue. My hydrate break is just gonna be me sipping the water. Please don't redeem a munch. I actually have nothing to munch anymore, so. Okay. Let's go. Let's continue. Let's continue. We're gonna push forward. Again, Quake Ranger Taya. If you don't want to be spoiled, feel you're welcome to leave if you haven't already. So this article in question. Oh, whoops.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
I'm ahead of you right now, just by a bit. Okay. Aren't you waking up at 4:30 tomorrow? Yes. Am I going to sleep tonight? Maybe. I don't know. Still got a lot of things to do, actually, before that. I actually still have to pack. So, I started packing. I just need to finish packing, which is not that much, but I do need to do things. So, I don't know if I'm gonna sleep. If I do, I'm not gonna sleep for too long. And also, I'm probably just gonna wake up at 5:30 tomorrow. I don't need to be up that early. It takes me like less than 30 minutes to get to the airport. I need to park in a certain lot that I need to take an Uber from. Well, super short Uber, but that's the only thing I can take. Because the other lot that I normally use is out. You need to leave at 5:30. Yeah, you need to leave at 5:30? Not so much. The Columbus airport isn't that packed. If I were to leave at like, I'm probably going to plan to leave at 5:30, so I'm probably going to get up at 5. But if I were to get there by 6:30, I would definitely be in the airport and waiting by 7:05, 7:10. Like, I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be there like an hour early, and I'm going to be like, okay, well, I have to wait now. But it'll be fine. On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It is a music box. She was right.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that this box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windibanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the Omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake?
Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection.
This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what's happened.
The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please. Play that disc.
Interesting. Oh, I was right. It's Morse code. It's definitely Morse code. Yeah, that's Morse code.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence.
Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be. Can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Benzie, you should know better than this.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. It's obviously Morse code. What do you mean? Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue, yes. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh?
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. No. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. It must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, now.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. This music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that is pure foolishness. You've got me. I don't know what the answer is. It's Morse code! Yet. Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really? Why are you surprised it's Morse code? There's literally someone in the jury that has a Morse code machine. Really, the way it's made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be?
Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runa. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. TF, that face when you're way ahead of the game. Oh, jeez. One of the juries can hear this. Yeah, I'm surprised she's not like, oh my god, this is Morse code. Like, this would be obvious to me if I knew Morse code. I'd be like, oh my god, hold on. Like, can I say something? Like, hold it. Like, this is Morse code. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Proof? Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box is... Hello? What? Let's handle this portfolio. I mean, it's not the manuscript. No. Maybe, actually. Yeah, nothing else here, really. So it would be... I guess this is the only thing I can think of. Is government secrets. Today's paper, the council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look at a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Thank you. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Oh, she just wasn't listening. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I don't believe it! Finally, we brought her in here. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order, please everyone, order. But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the Omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGill had perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it was found in its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have had to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Oh, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in the trial is murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagitious offence for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let us proceed. You may... What? You gotta let us have a rabbit porky, Governor. We've got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name is Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out of Motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulvin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Wait, is the inspector here actually a Skulvin brother? Now that he seems to be very against this. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Begilded anyway, was it not? I'm no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. Do, Governor. What's up? I take it that you now admit to the crime. That on the night of the question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Alright, well, cool, great. Quieten down, please. What will you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ugh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Alright. God, we hit 5 hours. Oh, I want to finish this. 10:22. Oh, jeez. Okay, graded counter. A mere communications officer. Okay. Besides, the sounds produced aren't even Morse code. I mean, it clearly is. No relation to the man. I'd like to know what else he told you to do, actually. So, tell me about this. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was popping over for a natter after all them years, but Rotta had a dodgy job for us. Popping over for a natter after all them years? Excuse me, you know him for a while? Hey, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? They're sociable kinds of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. What's an old China? What is an old China? What do you want?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Well, me? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean, if you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, you wouldn't even have to believe it. Well, when we was younger, he was a poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains and the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas that would like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it till after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geese asked a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yeah, add that to the testimony. It's always good to add things to the testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin's never Skulkin. Milton and Skulkin's milk run. Go, them were the days.
Hold it.
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Oh, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Lay. Hope you were having a good stream. Let me give you a good old shout out. How are you doing? How have you been? You were playing Valorant. Oh, I hope you got a couple good wins or something. Did we waste more court wine? Oh, yes, he has. He has definitely thrown bottles and wine glasses. Definitely. God, no. We're actually at the last case, probably near the end, so... if anybody who came in with that raid doesn't want to be spoiled on this game, feel free to leave. My name is Manny. I stream a bunch of different games. I'm going to be streaming the other half of this game, of this collection, in probably 2 weeks or so. But before that, I'm probably going to be playing some rhythm games at the beginning of October. So if you're into that, if you're interested, feel free to follow me. I would appreciate any follow you give me. If you see, I have a little follower goal at the bottom left corner of my screen, which I'm only 80 away, which is nice. That's very nice. Anyway, I'm going to continue with this. Just a little scheme we got going on when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Tell me about the business name. What was that? What's that last name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. Thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it why is it that only... Why can't I read this? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... If it weren't the happiest of all... If it weren't the happiest of homes that one came from? Yeah, his old man was struggling for money and such. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've seen it. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think I can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And could turn out to be extremely important. Is he still here? No, dang it. I wanted to see what the name of that guy was. Actually, I can. Mason Milverton. That's his name. That was his father. Alright. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the Omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the Omnibus with Mr. McGill, did? No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. I didn't actually expect to do that, but hold on. It was some low-class breaker negotiated with... I have no relation to the man. Okay, yep, perfect.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton? Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the Omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiated with McGill did. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGildon in collaboration with your father. Objection. This is slander. I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. May I remind the court? But the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven. Wait, what? By a professional and independent communication officer, no less. Wait, it's been disproven? Wait. What? Huh? The relationship between the victim of the Omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel. No. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Alright, so Morse code uses 2 tones. I can just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct tones. Perhaps we should have a really good look over the music box, Runo. Huh, am I missing something in the music box? See how the former gilded disc sits in the music box? Wait. See how the former gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Winterbanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet, despite that, the sounds it produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the exact same time. Okay, well that answered my question. Okay. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon? If I must, though I may maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay. Let's present the music box at this then.
Objection!
No! That wasn't... Okay, well, never mind. Guess not. Fine. What do I got? What do I got? All he done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to. Trying to think what would be good here. Will I press this? So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of an idol. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator stop, currently in the presence of an idol stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. That seemed useful. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. I guess I have to press this? They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! You really shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? Let's give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
That's why he asked if there was another one. When he went to pick up the music box, not the music box, when he went to pick up the disc, he was like, "Where's the second one?" Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would seem to appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Let's open it again. Let's open it again. Let me present this. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? So I had the right idea, they just didn't accept it correctly. Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds will both play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Oh. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one.
I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilted went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that? On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh, he's bleeding, he's bleeding. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall in the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilted. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense now has established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms that we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist, and the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed that gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon? Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Really? Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Yeah, this is a really long case. Also, if she shot the... How did you get shot then? I don't understand. There's no explanation for you being shot. Hello? Okay. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Hello? What? That doesn't make any sense. What? That doesn't make any sense at all. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. With what gun? What did you say? Oh, thank you for the follow, Poop Ghost. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are of no use to us here in science and law. As in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with the chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. That's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zix, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Ah, jeez. Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination? Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with a broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You're saying that's where you took... You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly at the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. Then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made of soft wood. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's inside there from outside. Yeah, that is a cat thing. Actually, I should know, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what's about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then what did you see next? The accused was in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee his safety. I'm wondering when the peephole was made, because as we know, in the pictures, it wasn't here, but it was in here. That's something that I noticed earlier. So between 1 and 1:30, the peephole appeared. But when? I don't know. Shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter over the wretched girl. She tossed the gun out the peephole. Okay, this is another thing about the peephole, so let's press this.
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole into the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. Suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute, you told us to tidy up. He thinks I'll bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, what was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What the fuck is going on here? Hello?
Excuse me!
What the hell? Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this is a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Oh, that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rack sometimes, not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. How strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. Wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Well, that's to you. I think you may be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Why was that out of character? What's your feeling, Runo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. And quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter all over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. Jeez. I don't know, man. Accused shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with the gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Hey man, do you remember on this night? Do you remember the 21st night of September? Yes, I do. Hopefully we shall finish this game, and this will be a game to remember. The bullet from the Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accuser must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. Huh. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. He was too close to the door for her to shoot him anyway. Saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. But she tossed the gun out the peephole, so... Oh, actually, no. Let's press this. All over her? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, with what the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. I pressed everything. Right. Should I present like like a picture of it somewhere? It doesn't seem like any of them are specific for me to... I don't think I pressed the first one because I didn't think it was important. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouting the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. I already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. Oh, sorry, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over shelves and full-fitted items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. Pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. My lord, requesting your lord's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Oh, man. Did I fail or something? Oh, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, this cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. It's temporarily suspended, I don't. Well, there you have it. Report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. Did they pay off for that last part? See, what did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the Omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was... It's a badly disgraced treachery. That's what it was.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat was 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem. How about it can't be done? But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in chemical formulas devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Podolsky to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from the start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accuser's coat was splattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Ah!
My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old raw house has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now? Sir!
Guilty.
Oh my god.
Guilty.
Oh, do we have to do one of these again? Are you kidding me?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Ah. Well, it would appear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Yes, any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Oh, I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oh. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you deliver the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? At last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to the rise, my apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, and many of mine, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes. Is Sholmes impersonating an officer? He surely is. But the question is it illegal in this place at this point in time? And there's no answer for that I have to give you. So maybe he'll be fine. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that might prove too much for me. Pray forgive, I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible then. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What is that? Lavender Futoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Usato. From Miss Usato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this favor. I don't understand. It isn't like he impersonated an officer in the interest of arresting someone or something like that. Mostly just played at being the bailiff so he can enter the court dramatically. Might get a slap on the wrist depending on the exact year. Yeah, that's fair. Miss Usato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you all want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Tsusato-san. Whatever could it be? There it is! The cat gun. The cat door gun. What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Oh! For Wagahai! Look, I use this! It's my latest invention! What is that? I call it the cat flapper-mat. You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Usato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Usato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flapper-mat that night, but why? Cat flapper-mat had been entered into the court record. Okay, then how did he know that there was a peephole then? Your 5 minutes is over. Oh, we're out of time already? I'm grateful for you affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. We never finished the cross-examination, so I would say further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Okay. Yeah. It's this specifically. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. There you go. Perfect. I think I picked that, but I had no idea why. You're good. Okay. Oh shoot, I missed a line. Now let me read the history again. Okay. So nobody can say anything then. If we're not asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. But which one? There's two that he mentioned. Huh. Well, I'll do the first one then, because he mentions it twice. But the first one, he single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has an extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. It is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The moment of the shooting again. Okay. It was here, right? Or was it that one? No, yeah, it was this one. I can see through the people in the door, though. So here I'm going to present the cat's flapomet.
Objection.
This will be the last thing, I hope. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapomet, my lord. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating a so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Huh? But that cat lover's controversy has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. It's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few moments that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skokin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Ugh. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can even cut through the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Huh? I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner.
She made a hole in the... I knew she would have.
Well?
Oh. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling in the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at the window back was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates are all a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at the window banks are an exact match.
Ugh.
Old Zicky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friends to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands your proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? Oh, that was the... It is very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel?
Well, no, I noticed it in the pictures. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Easy. Oh, here it is. Sorry. This one? Yes, this one.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accuser mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of any people of any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. Oh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that's no proof that this man is the victim's killer. What are you on now? Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. It's me right now. This keeps going. It keeps going. Why is it so long? I don't believe this, but they're right as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. He was not at the back, he was at the front. Well, he moved to the front and the door was open enough for him to shoot. So we have to prove that. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about. Namely, the peephole. Yeah. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Oh. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course, The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Oh.
Objection!
Oh, are you guys hearing a crackling in the audio? Let me know if you do, because I'm hearing it again on my side. Yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. It was you, wasn't it, when you were talking to him? There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony if that's all the same to you. You're trying to sneak out. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Oh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime seemed to facilitate his false testimony? Well, the only man who we saw talking to him. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. The prosecutor is a big DB, but he wants justice served. Yeah, the prosecutor is very, very for being a prosecutor, he seems to be very like anti-corruption. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. The third imposter, because he was sus. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case, had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Couldn't they? I literally stopped them in the middle of it. Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toll rag, you're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal with any kind of a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. I thought that was maleficence, but it's malfeasance. Malfeasance. Well,
Objection.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Nicole must see proof of this alleged deal. Well, it's the one thing we're missing. It's the second music box disc, isn't it? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, what do you think it could be? Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. That would literally tell us the secrets. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that the Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Oh, would it be this or would it be the music box? Because the music box shows that we need two, but the disc is like one of a half. I'm gonna do the music box because it's more recent. And the music's up, so you know it's correct. Inspector Gregson? Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered this during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play two discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for the details of this. In which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case. You little. Oh! Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yeah, but he let her keep the coat, which is interesting. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as the evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. There you go.
Objection.
Now what? If and I stress if this stolbering assertion turns out to be founded in the truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks of our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Actually, I have an idea. If he's so willing to do that, that means he's likely to not have it, which means it must be in the hands of someone who he's made contact with. And it was very out of character for him to be strangling that one man earlier, wasn't it? Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this? Lost at last, have you, sunshine? Court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. Be quiet, all of you. Ruda's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request the search of now?
Take that!
Nash Skulkin. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Eh? Blimey? Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ugh! Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Ugh. Ah! Order, order, order. Mr. Skulkin, what have you say to for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett.
I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yeah, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Okay, tell me, Mr. Graydon, blah, 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 and then he was choking him. Oh, sorry, the inspector was... Yeah, he did it all. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was going to fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me.
Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said.
I had to write down my ear. All he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig! He hid it! You... But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at the liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked for the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. Top secret assignments, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if this information were to be revealed as court evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under the direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Oh, does that mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Well, now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I am under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. That is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of an idol. Stop. Detective has much wary and thrust in eyes. More than this I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are. They're going to believe Gregson? If they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winbank or stole the government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well, the one thing we haven't done yet is mash all 3 of these things together. Well, in counsel, I think it's time I oppose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is unless... Oh, dang it. Hold on. Why'd that happen? That is unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Reno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
Is it now? It all comes down to this. What evidence do I present against Gregson or Graydon? Well, Gregson, actually. The one thing he doesn't want. Because Graydon can't lose anymore, but everybody's on Gregson's side, so I have to present against him. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What is it? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Grayson. They didn't give me the second disc, so I guess it's the music box. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel? No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. Hey? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code compromises the two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit to the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness that you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, this court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box as set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. Also, he has nothing to lose here. Like, he did that in the sake of the government. They'll probably give him a pass. It's just we have to make sure that the right person goes to jail. That's it. Let me ask you again, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, well, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. All information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal. Told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. Then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape the conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You! Traitor! Oh my god. Bailiff, hello? But do we not? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Oh, I despise my life growing up. These slums are vile. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me. Little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you surely must have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. Sorry. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient enough to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. We were taking considerable precautions indeed. I was told I was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the Omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal. Exchange of the second disc. Yes, I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't make quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus and hand over the second disc and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he had never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I was not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. To the schedule, as they say back then. Well, I must be making tracks now.
They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. So the policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGill did use his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened the witness to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I've dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the two discs, and the music box you need to play them. Yeah, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery. Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put the jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. On the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. Now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. Hello. Oh my god, I've been live for 7 hours, guys. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll save that munch for after the stream, because I actually haven't eaten dinner. And I'm very hungry, but I'm almost done, I can tell. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo was searching the counter,
I located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of the full-fitted articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What do you do in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, the bullet pierced a limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case.
Hey, Risago. I'm just about finishing this game. So if you don't want spoilers, if you're planning to play the Great Ace Attorney, at least the first part of the game, this is the end of it, so I'm almost done. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom for the refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Well, he's gonna be hanged, but I mean, he killed a bad man who should have been hanged, but also he killed a good man who did not deserve to be hanged. Also, he was sharing government secrets, so there's that too. I tried to play an Ace Attorney and I just couldn't, and it was the collab with Layton. I actually heard that that's the worst game of both series. I haven't played that one yet, actually, and it's also very different from the rest of the series. I do want to play it because I love both series and I'd like to see how they managed to put them both together. Even if it's the worst of the series, Skyward Sword is the worst Zelda, but it's still fun. So earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply, McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial, you're telling me. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Are we not going to do about the fact that this mercenary's here? I forgot all about it. But here we are. If you would, Your Honor.
Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell or yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. Prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast
to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
I'm very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he's done, so... If I may say something on that point... Isn't that... Wait.
If I may say something on that point, it's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilda has conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
Yeah, you might need to flip the discs. They do have two ways, so I'm kind of confused about that, but whatever. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Oh, that's true. Flipping the disc would mean that it doesn't hit the comb. Never mind. Unless the disc were in the reverse order. Oh, she fired her grenade launcher up. That's funny.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh, we're free. Oh, gosh darn, we're free. Well, time for the epilogue. I am not sleeping tonight. I have a flight
in less than 8 hours.
Incredible. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Though I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Why? Nothing's happening. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. I think the epilogue is a tad long, but you do get to see one more thing resolved, I'll say. Okay. Well, we'll try to speed through it. I'm not even going to read it. It's done. It's over at last. I'm going to read this at 2 times speed, but... Where's Iris disappeared to? Oh. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked out something quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Cosma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ahaha, yes! It was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me.
but you people, with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! Yes, it was me all along, you see?
I'd assumed you'd taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was sending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd?
Why, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but...
An acquittal on trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in the trial, he was working up, winds up dead anyway, is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I paid no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, I'm upstairs know what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You want to have the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core, and that's it. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like that McGildeds of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Let me drink water.
Well, There you are, Hurley. How long you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you?
Oh, it makes me think of Kashi. So is Iris's last name similar to Watson? It's Wilson, so yes, it is similar. But she is not Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson was her father, who was actually the victim in the first case. He died in Japan because he was visiting abroad. He was teaching abroad, and she's not aware of this.
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You at the Judge Patter? I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses.
What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the box trousers stuff, what was a lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, innit?
I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work.
I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade? The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yeah? Oh my god. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Hey? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Oh, she took her hat off! Thanks, Otto. Oh, look at her, she's so cute. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Oh well, quite the indomitable pick press. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but the good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Well, the huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still be able to make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Sole? I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Alright. I get to see Susano for one last time. We get to have dinner together, I hope. And then hopefully we get the answer. The answer to my last question is how she knew about the manuscript. 18th April, Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you?
Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. What? Hold it. Mr. Sato, wait. What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. We have you to thank, after all. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band is very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap I met, so I put it on my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on the mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be only behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So he used the cat flap mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have been amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You would worry that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been no way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen... If you could have been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Same thing that he did to Cosma. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I had lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would be able to have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would accept, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they are written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher. I see. So then we can never have hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Hey. So... Sogi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. Oh, geez. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus on your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Of course. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made of color. It's made the color drain from Susato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for secret communications? I don't understand the reasoning and why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi? Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Shin, I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing on the secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Is it her? The last name is J. Wilson. Oh. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you... That's the end of the message, or the end of what you noted down, Iris. Can't wait to start game 2 myself after I reach that. Oh my god. I just can't believe it. Whoever would have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some sort between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy can be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. It's so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. That's your boat. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, look at her cry. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh no, don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise that I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh. Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yeah, of course. On the SS Borea, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. No, it was when she defended you, when she helped you. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with this Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato,
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh man, this is a very long epilogue, isn't it? I'm about to hit 8 hours now. It's almost 1 a.m. But hopefully this is the final video.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Well, that is in fact the first volume.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Oh, the cat. Oh.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Aw, that's sweet. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Usato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? Wait, what? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say, objection! Yes! Yay, and we get the credits. Okay, unfortunately it is super late and I have a flight in 7 hours. So, I'm gonna have to cut through the credits, even though I don't really want to. Can I skip it, actually? No, I can't. But, you know what? I'll leave the credits playing while I, do some stuff here. I don't know if I'm gonna sleep tonight. I have so much other things to do. But I'll keep the credits rolling without me. I don't know if I'm gonna raid anyone. I don't know if there's anybody to raid. But, yeah, I'll just keep the credits rolling in silence, and then when they end, I'll end the stream. I could raid, oh, Big Nose Bug is streaming. 2 AM Soda is streaming Rhythm Heaven. How long has 2 AM Soda been streaming? 2 hours. How long has Big Nose Bug been streaming? Also 2 hours. Okay, I do want to... 2 AM Soda is doing a Rhythm Heaven, so I'm going to send you guys over there. I'm going to start playing Game 2 in the second week of October. So I will probably make a schedule by that point, which is very strange of me. But October 1st, I'm probably going to be streaming some rhythm games, if not on September 30th. One of those 2 days I'll be streaming rhythm games, or maybe both. And on that weekend, I don't know if I'm going to be doing something else. But that Monday, I think. The next Monday, the first Monday in October is probably when I'll start streaming part 2. So for those interested,
That's what I'm gonna be doing. Let me, you know what? I'm just gonna queue it up. Queue up the raid. If the raid starts before I'm done, then, oops, well, there you go. I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to send it immediately. Okay, there you go. I can cancel it. I'm gonna wait till we get to the text, maybe? No, I'm just gonna send it now. Just give them my regards if you're going with the raid. Thank you everybody for coming to my stream. I'm glad we finished this game. Remember the 21st night of September. And I still am very suspicious of this man, Strongheart. I guess they're all talking about stuff, but I got stuff to do, my dude. So hopefully there's nothing after these credits because I'm not gonna see it, and neither will you. But yes, say give a big hello to 2 AM Soda. Just write the great rhythm detective has solved the case. And then, what is it, Glitch Cat? Yeah, Glitch Cat. Let's do Glitch Cat just twice. If you have my emotes, you can use that instead. But that'll be the raid message. Thank you everybody for coming. I have stuff to do. I'll see you guys later. Bye from me, and see the rest of these credits.